one destination, to take out the walls of ignorance, give spark to each child strongly. The name of God we follow, through the trials our faith we stand. We run the race, lead our lives to live, a beaten path behind. Hail death and Satan, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved heaven waited. Hail death and Satan, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to the brand new day, our beloved heaven waited. A beckoning light to the brand new day, our beloved heaven waited.
Jenny? Oh, wait na. Kunti. Mas pratos. Hindi na ano ko. Hindi na ko pala. Marita na si Browy.
May daman.
May we request everyone to please turn off their microphones para hindi po magkakaroon ng echo sa background. Salamat. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of our 3-day school-based training on the RPMS guidelines for school year 2020-2021 and LDM2 for teachers portfolio. I am Miss Mary Jane Serena, and I am responsible for hosting today's event. My morning greetings first, of course, to our vigorous and exuberant secondary school principal, Sir Richard N. Laurente. To our equally dynamic head teachers, Sir Jose Andre Lumbre and Sir Alvin Azucena. Good morning, sir. To the faculty members and staff of TSCHI, a pleasant morning, everyone. Before we push through with our event for today, I would like to give you the following housekeeping rules. First, we are encouraging everybody to participate in this event just by visiting your Microsoft Teams account. Second, if you have questions and queries regarding the topic, you may type them in the comment section or in the chat box just in being displayed in your screen. And the third one, I had already reminded this, please turn off your microphone so that echoes will be avoided. So, without further ado, I will be giving the floor to Sir Aljon Disoyo for the presentation of the MOL. Sir Aljon.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Serena. By the way, let me ask you first, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Am I clear, Serena?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
All right, thank you very much. My respect to our very supportive and active Principal 4, Mr. Richard Lorente. Likewise, to our vibrant Assistant School Principal, Mr. Leo Bijan Makasusi. To our head teachers, master teachers, to my colleagues, good morning. My task for today is to give you a short summary of the proceedings and outcomes of the session held yesterday, February 2, day 1 of the Learning Delivery Modality courses. So the program started with a prayer and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and Dep Edley to Him. It was then followed by a message given by Sir Richard. He then presented a video presentation stressing out the importance of the RPMS PPST and the realization of the COT. At least two recorded COT will be submitted as per instruction, and it may be with the aid of technology or any other tools that will help instruction be better, especially for the sake of students. It was also clarified by Sir Richard that master teachers or the department heads will be the one to rate teachers belonging to 1 to 3 position. Meanwhile, Mr. Rufino Almaden cited the purposes of doing the virtual workshop for his statement of purpose. He emphasized that teachers should be familiarized and acquainted with the necessary knowledge to come up with a cohesive output, and that is the study notebook. At the session proper, Sir Richard, the first presenter, led the participants on the overview and orientation of the courses. He also presented scenarios wherein LDM takes place and encouraged and even thanked teachers for all the efforts made despite the threats brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Afterwards, Mom Veronica Labata, the second presenter, shared her knowledge and wisdom on how to organize the Learning Action Cell. She highlighted the significance of conducting LAC session, especially in a bigger institution like DSHI. She ended up her discussion accenting the attitude, knowledge, and development to teachers are indeed very much important. Mr. Rufino Almaden, on the other hand, had a clear understanding of where this training workshop would go. A question was raised by a participant, and he answered it straightforward. He also added that being passionate and dedicated to work will definitely go a long way. Having an open-minded thinking leads to good communication, and good communication is always the key to success, he further exclaimed. In the afternoon, head teacher Mr. Jose Andre Lumbre started the session by conditioning the minds of the participants. He asked them to revisit the Bloom's taxonomy and be reminded and be mindful of the verbs to use in terms of the spiral progression made by the teacher to a certain topic. He also presented an example on how to unpack the most essential competencies and its significance in crafting the learning activity sheets and other supplementary activities. On the other side, Mom Jennifer Monteza underlined the implication of knowing the different LDMS or learning delivery modality courses for teachers. She even cited examples in tabular form for a clearer understanding of the discussion. She also accentuated how crucial it is to know about the different modalities, especially now in this time of crisis. Lastly, power duo Ma'am Teresa Balano and Ma'am Marisa Estabilio combined forces to syllabicate the discussion on guiding and monitoring learners in the conduct of the different LDMS. A tabular presentation on the weekly home learning plan and the individual learning monitoring plan showing its similarities and differences. They even challenged every teacher to come up with an output which could be used for future research. Day one of the training workshop ended with an open forum wherein it was agreed that two copies of LDM Course 2 will be submitted, one for Sir Richard and the other will be consumed by each cluster. A request was made upon the submission of the outputs. Instead of submitting it on Friday, it was then moved next week, Monday, as per instruction by Sir Richard. All in all, a healthy and productive session was exercised by each person involved. Queries and clarifications were also answered. And that is it for my recap of yesterday's session. Thank you very much, and may the Almighty Father bless us with strength and wisdom to conquer all these things. Ma'am Serena.
Thank you very much, Sir Aljan, for such comprehensive and elaborate synthesis of yesterday's virtual training. At this moment, I will be introducing our first speakers for this morning. Our first speakers for this morning are two of the most innovative and active master teachers of Tanawan School of Craftsmanship and Home Industries, as they are going to share their expertise and knowledge for their given topic. May I present to you Sir Jonas M. Kabusbusan and Sir Jonathan Vargas. Sir Jonas.
Sir Jonathan po.
Okay. Again, may I introduce to you Sir Jonathan Vargas.
Thank you once again, Ma'am Mary Jane Serena. My respect and morning greetings to our outstanding secondary school principal for Sir Richard N. Laurente, to the assistant principal for the senior high school department, Sir Leo Bijan E. Makasusi, to the department heads, Sir Jose Andre Lumbre and Sir Alvin Azucena. To my fellow master teachers and all the teachers of TECHI, good morning. My task this morning is to share with you some of the insights and important details about Module 3A, specifically Lesson 2, which is about designing lessons and assessments in the different learning delivery modalities or LDMS. So I will focus on designing lessons, and after my sharing, my partner, Dr. Jonas M. Kabusbusan, will deliver his talk regarding the assessments in the different learning delivery modalities or LDMS. So in this time of pandemic, although in DepEd Order number 42, series of 2006, we are all mandated to use the DLL and the DLP. But in this time of pandemic, we were advised to use the weekly home learning plan or the WHLP. The home learning plan will be based on the actual implemented class program. It shall be prepared by the subject teacher or the subject area teachers, reviewed by the class advisor, and approved by the school principal. Yes, hello. Good morning again. Uh, can I repeat my presentation? Hello. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Sir.
Hello. Nobody's responding.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. We
sir.
can hear
Okay.
you.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. So again, my assigned topic is about the designing lessons and assessments in the different learning delivery modalities or the LDMS. As I have mentioned a while ago, I will focus more on designing lessons. And after my talk, Dr. Jonas Kabusbusan will be sharing with us his insights about the assessments in the learning delivery modalities or LDMS. So as I have mentioned earlier, based on DepEd Order number 42 series of 2016, uh, we are all mandated to use the DLL and the DLP. No? So I know that all of us are familiar with what DLL and DLP stands for. As we all know, here in DepEd, we have a lot of acronyms, you know, but our favorite acronym may be, no, it's the PBB or the SRI, no, but that's only a joke. Now, in this time of pandemic, we are advised to use the weekly home learning plan or the WHLP. So just a short background about what a weekly home learning plan is. So the home learning plan will be based on the actual implemented class program. It shall be prepared by the subject teacher or the subject area teachers, reviewed by the class advisor, and of course approved by the school principal. The weekly home learning plan shall be prepared by teachers implementing distance and blended learning, while the daily lesson log or DLL or the detailed lesson plan or the DLP, which is prescribed in DepEd Order number 42 series of 2016, which I have mentioned a while ago, otherwise known as the policy guidelines on daily lesson preparation for the K-12 basic education program shall be prepared by teachers implementing face-to-face learning. So I hope this one is clear. No? So in other words, only teachers implementing face-to-face learning lesson log or the DLL and the detailed lesson plan or the DLP. So while those on the distance learning and blended learning, we are mandated or we are allowed, we are advised to use the WHLP, also known as the Weekly Home Learning Plan. So speaking of the DLL and the DLP, only newly hired teachers without professional teaching experience are required to prepare detailed lesson plan or DLP. This practice helps them develop their lesson planning skills. Once the newly hired teacher obtain a very satisfactory or outstanding rating, they will be allowed to transition to the use of a daily lesson log or DLL. The DLLs are used by teachers with at least 1 year teaching experience, including teachers with prior experience in private schools or higher education institutions. Okay, so I hope it is clear. And let us now proceed to the parts of the WHLP or the Weekly Home Learning Plan. The Weekly Home Learning Plan shall consist of the following parts. First is the learning area. So this refers to the subjects prescribed to be taken by the learners in a particular key stage or grade level. Second is the learning tasks. These are formative learning opportunities created for learners to enhance their understanding of the content, which prompt them to engage intensively in the subject matter. Third is the learning competencies. This refers to the knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitudes that learners need to demonstrate in every lesson and or learning activity uh, based on DepEd Order number 8, series of 2015, otherwise known as Policy Guidelines on Classroom Assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. And lastly, of course, we have the mode of delivery. This refers to the method of submission of learning outputs to include written work and performances preferred by the learner and parent based on their context or situation, like online submission through email or personal submission by the parent to the teacher in school. But in our case, here in TSHI and most of the other schools, it is done by cluster. The submission of the answer sheets, no, as well as the distribution of modules are done in barangays or cluster barangays, and we teachers have our respective assignments. Okay, so aside from the parts of the weekly home learning plan, allow me to share to you also the procedures in developing the weekly home learning plan. Step 1, refer to the most essential learning competencies or the MELCs in different subject areas. So each subject area has most essential learning competencies wherein most of the content of our weekly home learning plan must be based, no, although we can inject some important topics in our lessons, but majority should be coming from the most essential learning competencies. So in other words, we have this so-called milk-based instruction. So that is one consideration in preparing for the weekly home learning plan. Step 2 is to gather the self-learning modules and other learning materials needed for the self-paced learning mode, such as distance learning and blended learning modalities, which have been discussed to us yesterday by Ma'am Abet and Ma'am Montesa, if I am not mistaken. So gather the self-learning modules. So the self-learning modules and other learning materials will be our basis in crafting the weekly home learning plan or the WHLP. So the learning modules that we are required to use are those that there is this confusion self-learning modules to use because there are other modules coming from other regions, and we sometimes think that these modules are coming from the central office. You know, that is one of the issues that has been brought out during one of our meetings. Step 3, we have using the SLM as reference. No? As I have mentioned a while ago, accomplish the weekly learning plan by taking into consideration the learning competencies, the key concepts, and the attainment of content standards. So, as I have mentioned a while ago, the self-learning modules or the SLMs will be our guide in crafting or in formulating, in writing the weekly home learning plan. Although, as I have said a while ago, we can inject some other topics that we think important for our learners to learn, but majority should be based from the modules given to us coming from the central office, DepEd central office. Step 4, subject area teachers must collaborate to come up with a set of weekly home learning plans for one entire quarter by integrating in one learning plan. So this means to say that in writing or in crafting, no, in preparing a weekly home learning plan, we are advised to do it collaboratively, no? As much as possible collaboratively, not individually. So subject area teachers, like for example, in mathematics, science, in English, or in whatever subject that we have, let's say all teachers will and formulate a weekly home learning plan for their grade level. Say mathematics 7. So all the teachers coming from the department, math department, who are teaching 7 will gather and write weekly home learning plan for mathematics for grade. So that is what step 4 would like to emphasize. And step 5, when preparing the weekly home learning plan, teachers should be guided with a long-term vision of what they want their learners can achieve in terms and at the end of the school year. Hence, they may start with a backward design. A while ago, I mentioned the self-learning materials, the modules coming from the central office. Though it is our, it is the primary instruction or aid that we are using in teaching the students, but we are allowed to come up with some other topics that we think important for our learners to learn. So let us not be afraid to uh, find other topics as supplements. If we think these topics will help our learners learn better, then we can do it. No? But of course, without siring pa, di rin natin babayaan ang paggamithan mga self-learning modules coming from the central office. Step 6, teachers are advised to adopt strategies that respect the unique context and diversity of learners in terms of their readiness, learning interest, and learning profile. So, sharing pa, that is why we are hired in DepEd because teachers are the best instructional materials. Oo. That's why we are receiving our salaries, we are receiving other privileges and incentives coming from DepEd, no? Because we are hired to teach. So we are the what strategies to use that can get the interest and facilitate better learning to our learners. And finally, step 7, in plotting the learning tasks, teachers should strike a balance between academic rigor and socio-emotional aspect of learning. Since the completion of learning tasks are done primarily at home, learners should be given the opportunity and flexibility to manage their own learning without sacrificing time-bound attainment of learning competencies. Oh, so this is actually one of my personal question, because as far as I know, when we use instructional modules, no, it is actually self-paced. So diri, in other words, diri gin mamadali an learner. Kaya as we all know, ito na aton mga learners, some are, let's say, fast learners, some are slow learners. So depende iton era pace, no? Tawag nga ni self-paced. Oo. So those who are intelligent students, of course, can finish their modules easily or right away. While those siring pabaga medyo maluya, so we must give them time to finish. Oo. So diri hira mabadalion supposed to be. As long as at the end of the semester, they will be able to comply all the academic requirements required by the subject teacher. Okay? And lastly, before I end my talk, allow me to share with you also some of the elements of a lesson plan. So there are 3 key elements of a lesson plan. It should contain the following: what should be taught. So this refers to clearly articulated lesson objectives. So that is why we are using CGs or the curriculum guide. And we have this milk-based instruction, okay, or the most essential learning competencies. So to make sure that what the students learn are the topics that they are really supposed to learn. Second is how should it be taught? So well selected and logically sequenced presentation of learning resources and activities to help learners met the objectives. And finally, how should learning be assessed? So this refers to the appropriate and timely assessment activities that provide relevant information and feedback for both teachers and learners. Okay, so that ends my sharing, and I am also tasked to give you three activities. And it has been mentioned a while ago by Sir Aljun Disuyo, my classmate. The submission of these activities will be on Monday. So under module 3A, lesson 2, we have 6 activities actually. And I am tasked to give you 3 activities. So as shown on the screen, you are tasked to write down your answers to the following questions in your study notebook. So I know that we are all teachers here. Some of us are already seasoned teachers, veteran teachers. So these questions are very easy. No? What is lesson designing or lesson planning? Why is lesson designing important? What are the three elements or components of a well-designed lesson? Okay, so you can write your own answers to these three questions. Then in activity 2, you are instructed to select and sequence teaching and learning activities that would help learners met the learning objectives. In your study notebook, copy the following. So as you will notice, you have there 3 columns: before the lesson, lesson proper, and after the lesson. All we have to do is to organize, no? Sequence, arrange lang which one will be the first, the second, under the before the lesson, under the lesson proper, and after the lesson. I hope that one is clear. And lastly, activity 3. In your study notebook, copy the components of the daily lesson log or the DLL or detailed lesson plan or DLP listed below. Then highlight which parts is or are accomplished after the lesson is delivered. Then explain why. So under the components of the DLP, we have the objectives, content, learning materials and resources, procedures, remarks, and reflection. So that ends my sharing. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Jonathan. Um, ma-present po ba next si Sir Jonas?
Ako na naman. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. So, my task today is to continue the lesson 3A lesson, module 3A lesson 2, which is on designing learning activities for different lessons and assessment in the different LDMs. So, Sir Jonathan had given you two activities or three activities. So, activity 1 to 3. So, my task is to continue give you the four remaining activities. I mean, three rather. So, let me share my screen. So, hope you can see my screen. Yan. Okay. So, this is activity 4. Oh. So, activity 4. So, ito po, learning delivery. Then, you're going to check if it is already present sa review. Naka-automatic. Wait lang po. Naka-automatic lagi. Wait lang. Hello. So, let me share my screen again. So, for the task that we are going to do, as per information from the program management team, so the deadline of submission of outputs will be on Monday. This is for lesson 2, module 3A lesson 2. Uh, Later, ma'am. So, activity 1 was already given by Sir Jonathan. So, as well as activity 2 and activity 3. So, my task will be to give you the activity 4. So, wherein you are to read the handout designing lessons in your daily log. So, in your study notebook, recreate and accomplish the following table. Choose one from the self-learning module from students that you have on hand and imagine that you will deliver the lesson to learners through DL. So in the second column, identify which of these tasks are already present, and in the third column, identify which is present via technology-mediated resources, supplementary learning materials, or by other means. So ito po. Yan. So we're going to check this in the current SLMS kung ano yung meron at saka yung wala pa. So kung wala pa siya, we will have to design kung paano siya masusupplement in other learning modalities or delivery of learning. So for example, if wala pa siya sa module, what are you going to do para ma-include siya? So sabi, what method, what modality are you going to use? So perhaps you are going to use a text-based instruction or instant messaging based or you can do an online class. Gaya po yung ginagawa ni Sir Rufino. So, he supplements his class through an online class. So, yan po ang gagawin natin for lesson. For activity 5, so assessment service part of designing instruction. So, you will find out about the two types of assessment, so formative and summative. So, and take note the similarities and differences between the two. So, write your answers in the Venn diagram in your study notebook. So, for example, ito po yung kasunod niya. So, sa Venn diagram, based on the SLMS, SLM of your choice, so you're going to identify kung saan po yung formative and summative and which can be used to both. For activity 6, ito naman po, which assignment method you adopt in DL considering the content area that you are teaching. So in your study notebook, recreate the following table and at least 5 methods that you would like to try. For each one, write how you plan to use it in your DL. So ito po. So assessment method number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So ito po yung example niya, short quiz. I will send a 3-item quiz via text message before the lesson. Based on the response, I will take note of the common misconceptions and clarify them learners during our online session or via text message. So, ganyan po yung gagawin natin. Okay? So, oh, for, ayan. So, that would be all for my part. So, we will be sharing to you the guidelines on how to make this activity later po. Okay? So, let me say, return the floor to Ma'am Mary Jane. So, back to you po, Ma'am Mary Jane.
Thank you, Sir Jonas. Thank you as well, Sir Vargas, for the two of you for enlightening us with some significant details on the crafting of the work home learning plan, the components of the DLL and the DLP, as well as clarifying us on the designing uh, of the learning activities for learning assessment, which is are included in our study notebook in the RPMS portfolio. Again, uh, we are encouraging everyone to ask questions if you have some queries to meet or to ask. Just type them in our chat box just displayed on your screen. So let us see if we have questions here. So far, we don't have any questions. So I guess we have to move forward to our next presenter. Our next speaker is another master teacher of the TVE department. He will be discussing Module 3B, Lesson 2, Accessing Learning Resources from DepEd Portals. May I introduce Mr. Nino Charles Advincula.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello, ma'am Mary Jane. Actually,
On
Hello,
Mary
sir.
Jane. Ah,
Sir Nino will
ito
be
na next presenter natin is
followed by
Ma'am Sir Darwin
Sir Darwin.
Ovejas and Sir Alan Chavez po. Kindly check the mate screen.
Yes.
The
Ah,
next
okay, sir.
presenter is
Uh,
uh,
I
next
stand
presenter is
corrected.
Sir Darwin
So,
Ovejas and Sir Alan
Ex
Chavez.
yes, sir.
excited ni
Yes,
Ma'am
sir.
Jane.
O, excited ako concerning nyo. Ngayon at mag-present.
Yeah. Excited ko di ma'am Mary Jane kasar ninyo.
Joke lang. Okay. So, I stand corrected. So, after the presentation of Sir Vargas and Sir Jonas, it will now be followed by Sir Darwin and Sir Alan. I'm sorry to the both of you, sir. So, their topic is all about Module 3B, Lesson 1, Learning Resource Maps for Distance Learning. Once again, I'm giving the floor to Sir Darwin A. Ovejas and Sir Alan P. Chavez.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jane. So, my morning greetings to our dynamic and supportive school administrators headed by Sir Richard Laurenti, our outstanding principal for, and the assistant principal for the senior high school department, the ever gorgeous Sir Leo Bijan Makasosi, as well as to our brilliant head teachers, Sir Andre and Sir Alvin, to the department heads, fellow master teachers, to the faculty club president, and the fellow teachers, a wonderful Wednesday morning to all of us. So, Ma'am Jane, let me check if I already have my presentation. Okay na po ba yung presentation, Ma'am Jane? Nasa screen na po ba? Hello?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
already
Thank
displayed on the
you.
screen.
So, the topic assigned to us, so Sir Alan and yours truly, is on the LDM2 Module 3B. That is all about learning resources. So before I discuss the topic assigned to us, which is on lesson 1, I'll just give a background on the what module 3B is all about. So yesterday we were able to witness a discussion of the different designs or designing uh, lessons in the different modalities. So module 3B will help you, will help you um, refresh your knowledge on the different types of resources available for you in the different LDMs. And that is, you're going also to show how you can access these materials and introduce a method of rapidly assessing them before use. So, yung module objectives po ng Module 3B is that number one, you have to get associated with learning resources with specific learning modalities. Second is you'll be able to know how to access resources from online portals such as DepEd Commons and Learning Resources Portal of the Department of Education. And the third, you will be able to explain the importance of using quality assured LR. So yun po yung module objectives for module 3B. And the module content for lesson 1, which will be discussed by yours truly, focus on the learning resource maps for distance learning. Then for lesson 2 is on accessing learning resources from the PED portals, which will be discussed later by Sir Nino Charles Advencula. And then for lesson 3 is on assessing the LR materials, which will be discussed by Ma'am Acero later on. Okay, so this will be the focus of my discussion for Module 3B together with my partner, Sir Alan Chavez. So, learning resource maps for distance learning. So, in this lesson, we'll be giving you the map of learning resources needed for the implementation of the different distance learning subcategories. So, you're expected that by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to assess the LR needs of the school and discuss and reflect on these needs and concerns and then gather solutions to respond the different needs and concerns of the school. Then the key topics or concepts for this lesson is on distance learning, the learning resources, the LR maps, subcategories of DL, which requires the following: the learning resources map or the LR map and the study notebook. Okay, so my discussion will focus on the map of learning resources needed for each subcategory for distance learning modalities. Okay, so the source for this LR map is from the Office of the Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction. So as you can see in the screen, you have there the a table which have four major columns. We have there the different distance learning delivery modality, the subcategories, the applicable grade level, and learning area, as well as the learning resources required. Sorry. Now, first, we have the different distance learning modality. We have here the online distance learning, which has two subcategories. Meron siyang dalawang subcategories, the synchronous and asynchronous. So pag sinabi nating synchronous, um, there is refers a learning event in which a group of participants is engaged in the learning at the same time. So that means there is a real interaction with other people. So yun po. It's just the same as a face-to-face. Then, while asynchronous is the opposite po of synchronous. So, type the feedback.
Can we please
So,
turn off our microphones, please?
okay na po.
Okay na, sir.
Okay, so may I continue? So, yung synchronous at asynchronous, alam naman nating lahat na magkaiba sila. Pero, they are both online online distance learning. So, yung learning resources required niya ay online SLM and online activities or exercises. For the modular distance learning, there are two subcategories. We have the digital modular and the printed modular uh, distance learning. So for the digital modular, um, yung pagbibigay po ng oh,
Ma'am Acero, I guess po your microphone is kuan naka-on. Thank you.
okay, so let me again continue. Oh, digital modular, ito po yung parang yung offline digital SLM and offline activity sheets yung ibibigay natin dito. So, our self-learning modules will be sent by email or messenger. And then, yung outputs po ng mga bata, yung sagot nila ay ibabalik din, isi-send din sa kanilang teachers through different this online platform like email or messenger. Then, for the printed modular, ito po yung ginagawa natin. Piniprint natin yung mga SLMs at saka activity sheets and then binibigay natin sa ating mga learners. Yan po ang ginagawa natin sa printed modular. Then, for the TV, video, or radio-based distance learning, may tatlo siyang subcategories. So, these are the TV, video SLM-based, TV, video, MELX map, and radio-based instruction. So the learning resources required for this distance learning modality are SLM-based video, activity sheets, MELX aligned videos, SLM-based radio-based activity. And then the blended learning, blended delivery modality, which is a combination of any of the distance learning modality subcategories. So, for example, online distance learning plus printed modular, distance learning, ODL, or plus SLM based, or kahit anong kombinasyon po ng different distance learning modality. Yung tawag dyan natin ay blended learning. So, the learning resources required are any of the available learning resource or activity sheets. So, if mapapansin po natin, the applicable grade level or learning areas, meron po, we have their three case stages. So, first case stage is from kinder to grade 3. The second is from grade 4 to grade 6. And the case stage 3 to 4 is junior high school to senior high school. And as you can see also, we have two different colors, the blue and the green. Okay. So, mapapansin natin meron din note dyan na while all subcategories of DLDM are appropriate for all grade levels when managed by a teacher, a learning facility are the priority grades for to do the specific distance learning or in cases where resources are limited. So, yung mga priorities po are in green color. So, for example, sa online distance learning, and modular uh, distance learning, mapapansin po natin is blue sa case stage 1 at saka case stage 2. That means parang hindi siya um, applicable or yes, applicable sa grade kinder to grade 6. Yan. Pero sa TV or video or radio-based distance learning, mas priority yung kinder, K-stage 1, that is from kinder to grade 3. But mapapansin din natin yung delivery, blended distance learning, so it is applicable to all case stage. So applicable siya sa lahat ng grade levels. Yun po. Yung map of the learning resources needed for each subcategory of distance learning delivery modalities. And ito naman po yung template sa mga LR needs of the school. So we're going to have this. Ito yung ginagamit para ma-determine natin, ma-determine ng school kung anong klase ng learning delivery modality and the learning resources needed na gagamitin or i-apply sa ating distance learning. Then, so ito naman po yung template sa learning resources concerns and which sa paggandak ng LAC, itatopic natin dyan yung mga concerns and how we are going to address we'll come up with the proposed steps to address the different learning resources concerns. So yan po yung template natin sa ating LR concerns. Then, when it comes to learning resources, meron po tayong learning portal video tutorial which can be accessed sa link, sa FB link na to. And then, may da-download din po ako dyan. Paano natin i-access yung learning resource portal o pagkuha ng mga learning resources sa portal ng DepEd. Ito po. Ay, sorry. So I am playing the okay. So anyway, the that was just the video presentation on how we can access the LR portal sa DepEd. Then it will be discussed later ni Sir Nenyo paano natin i-access ang LR portal. So and then the continuation of the topic or the activities as part of the activities in lesson 1 for module 3B will be continued by Sir Alan Chavez. So With this, tinatapos ko po yung discussion ko, and let me share to you this saying by Vincent Van Gogh that great things are done by a series of small things that are brought together. Thank you and good morning to all of us. Back to you, Ma'am Jane.
Thank you, Sir Darwin.
Welcome, Ma'am Jane. So, Sir
And
Alan na po
now,
yung next.
yes, sir. And while Sir Alan is preparing for his PowerPoint, again, may I remind everyone that you could address your question with regards to the topic presented just in your chat box displayed on your respective screens. Thank you, Sir Alan.
Yes. Hello everyone. Okay, wait a minute lang po just to display my slide. Okay, before I start my presentation, to our very supportive and understanding school head, and of course the outstanding school head or the outstanding principal, Principal for Sir Richard Laurente, the very accommodating assistant school principal for senior high school, Sir Bijan Makasusi, and of course the Barako head teachers, habulin ng mga eskulihyala, Sir Alvin Azucena and Sir Jose Andre Lombre. To my fellow master teachers, faculty and staff of TCHI, a pleasant morning to each and everyone. By the way, my task is to continue the presentation of Sir Darwin, and this will be focused only on the two activities. Where is my slide? Yan. Oh, Roman. Wait lang po ah. First timer kasi. Ore man siya. Ore po ka.
Time check. It's 10:35 in the morning.
Okay, here we go. So again, my presentation is just a continuation of Sir Darwin, and this will be focused on the two activities. So the first activity, the DepEd Memorandum on Suggested Strategies in Implementing LDMs for School Year 2020-2021 included the learning resources LR map as a guide in selecting the appropriate distance LDM to be implemented in schools or divisions. Study the LR map presented and answer the following questions in your study notebook. Okay, first question. Based on the map, what resources should you have in order to implement the LDM adopted by your school or division? So that is the first question. But I have here an example answer. And just to clarify, the answer will be done by self-explanatory. Ha? So pwede kayong itong answer na to, pwedeng baguhin ninyo or you can enhance or maybe you can copy paste. Joke lang ha. Okay, print modular learning is the adopted modality in our school. Hence, printed self-learning modules and learning activity sheets are the resources that we are going to utilize. Okay, next. Next question. Do you have the complete resources for the distance learning or distance learning LDM needed in class? If the LRs are not complete or not available, what steps will you take to make this available? What are your options to substitute these missing LRs? Okay, wait lang po ha. There is a technical problem here. Okay, here we back again. Activity 1. So, tapos na po. So, okay, balik anay. Activity 1. The DepEd Memorandum on Suggested Strategies in Implementing LDMs for School Year 2020-2021, including the learning resources LR map as a guide in selecting the appropriate distance LDM to be implemented in schools or divisions. Study the LR map presented and answer the following questions in your study notebook. First question. Based on the map, what resources should you have in order to implement the LDM adopted by your school or division? I have here a sample answer. Okay. Print modular learning is the adopted modality in our school. Hence, printed self-learning modules and learning activity sheets or LAS are the resources that we are going to utilize. So that is my own answer. Again, you can have it by your own, or you can enhance my answer, or you can improve it. Next, do you have the complete resources for the distance LDM needed in class? If the LRs are not complete or not available, what steps will you take to make this available? What are your options to substitute these missing LRs? Okay, just like in our case in TVE, since we do not
Excuse
have,
me, sir.
yes
Sir
ma'am,
Alan.
ma'am,
Diri po na move it presentation, sir. Okay na, sir.
okay naman niya di. Ma'am Mayor Jane, can I proceed?
Okay na, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So I have here my sample answer. Just like what I have said a while ago, in our TVE department, we do not have this complete LR. So what we did is we make a last or task sheets in order to give to our learners. But for those, especially in academic subject, since they have a complete LRs, good for them because they can just easily download it in the DepEd Commons or LRD in DS. Next, number 3 question. What support will you need to maximize the use of the two DepEd sanctions LR portals? By the way, these two DepEd sanctions LR portals are the LR in DS and the DepEd Commons. From whom can you get this support? So I have here my question again. A good and stable internet connection is a primary need of teachers in assessing or accessing these online portals. A support group to ensure the quality and appropriateness of the LR should be established in school. I will get the support from my fellow educators and the technical support from our ICT coordinator. Clerical error lang po. That is from our ICT coordinator. Okay, next question, number 4. Based on your evaluation of the materials, what are the appropriate to the level and characteristics of learners? Are there learners who might be disadvantaged by the materials based on reading ability, level of learning independence, level of household support, distance? What adjustments will you make in terms of the LRs? So for my answer on this question, some of the resources may not be appropriate to our learners. Therefore, we teachers should make necessary adjustment to support the learning of our students. We can provide them with supplementary learning materials. So our learners varied in terms of their capability to cope up with the lesson. So we as teachers should make or should provide LRs that's suitable to the level of understanding or level of the capability of the student. So that is, we should make appropriate LRs to our learners depending on the capability or level of understanding. Next, so activity na po tayo. Last activity. So just prepare for the next presenter kasi matatapos na to. In your last session, share and discuss your answers from the previous activity. What support can you provide to your colleagues and what support can you get from them in terms of LRs? Take note of the insights that you can gather from your colleagues and write them in your study notebook. All right. Later, or maybe tomorrow, you can have your own lock sessions by department or by subject areas. So I have here again my answer to this question or activity 2. Example of insight for activity 2. So this is just an example. We have agreed in our last session that we must provide immediate technical assistance to each other when we encounter problems in accessing online portals for LRs. Another, we also came up to a consensus to share updates and useful tools and knowledge about more sources, whether offline or online sources of LRs to suffice the needs for additional useful LRs. Next, I have also realized that most of my co-teachers are willing to help me in terms of improving my ICT skills, which is necessary in this new normal education setup. So, assuming na nag-lock session na kami adto, ha? So, those are my example insights for activity 2. Next, additional outputs for activity 2 are the following. You may also include in your study notebook the following movies for activity 2. The first, pictures during your lock session with caption and the lock engagement report. So I have here another example on that. Sample picture of lock session. Wow, guwapo. So the caption, picture of EIM teachers during their last session on activity 2 of module 3B for LDM to last January 29, 2020. Charot lah. Okay, that is only an example for activity 2. Another is the lock engagement report. So I have here an example on that. So this form should be accomplished by each lock member at the end of every lock session. So you have there. Okay, may check po is D, and what's that? Strongly disagree. What's N stand for? A, agree, and SE, strongly agree. And the continuation of that form. Okay, part B, please provide the information requested. So there are, okay, I need further clarification, okay? So you have there in your screen. So let me continue. Oh, thank you na pala. So that ends my presentation. Okay. This is Alan Chavez. Thank you once again. Good morning to each and everyone. Go back to you, Ma'am Mary Jane.
All right. Thank you, Sir Alan Chavez and Sir Darwin, for another engaging and detailed discussion of your respective topics. These shared insights are truly helpful for the recent task that we're about to accomplish. Since there are no questions, can we read the next speaker? Okay.
Hello. Eh, Hello, good morning. Can you see my screen?
Okay,
Ah,
may I give the floor now? May I turn now to Charles Advincula.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. To our ever dynamic school principal for Sir Richard and Laurente, energetic senior high school assistant school principal to Sir Leo B. Jan Makasusi, respected head teachers, head teacher 3, Sir Jose Andre Lumbre and Sir Alvin Azucena, department heads, master teachers, and fellow teachers, a pleasant morning to all. I was given a task to present Module 3B in Lesson 2, which is accessing learning resources from DepEd portals. So, in this lesson, you will walk through the LR portals hosted by the Department of Education, namely the Learning Resource Management and Development System or LRMDS portal and DepEd Commons. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to establish access to various LR portals, and discuss the challenges in utilizing DepEd sanctioned LR portals such as the LRMDS and the DepEd Commons. So I know that you're already familiar with YouTube, Google Drive, SlideShare, because those are online platforms wherein we get some of our or most of our instructional materials, which are ready-made. For me personally, I use SlideShare. I get my instructional materials there. So in this lesson or presentation, we will focus on the DepEd's portal or learning resources. So first is Learning Resource Management and Development System or LRMDS portal. So what is the purpose of LR portal? So this portal is designed to provide you with access to quality learning and teaching resources such as learning material, lesson plan, learning guide, learning module, and full course that are aligned with K-12 curriculum. This can be used as primary basis or as supplement to teaching and learning processes. So, according to DepEd Memorandum Number 82, Series of 2017, the Department of Education reiterates the adoption and implementation of the Learning Resource Management and Development System or LRMDS to provide emphasis on the LRMDS roles and responsibilities at all levels of governance. This is pursuant to the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act 10533 entitled Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 and as instructed in DepEd Order number 76 series of 2011 entitled National Adoption and Implementation of LRMDS. The LR portal is the official source of all DepEd developed and DepEd approved teaching and learning resources. Published learning resources downloaded are free to use. However, these shall not be sold or used for commercial purposes. Any unofficial use of published learning resources shall be sanctioned administratively. So, I have here a link to a video tutorial on how to use the learning portal or learning resource portal. Uh, wait a minute ah. Sir, sir. Nga di. Di na paro na di. Anay, di niya nakakagawas. Sige oh.
Time check. It's 10.
You will see the top most downloaded resources that are tagged under K-12. You may browse resources by grade level using the right navigation panel. For this example, I will browse grade 4 resources. Upon selecting specific grade level, the system shall display learning resources from where we can do further browsing of resources. Under each learning area, topics are listed with corresponding counts to better guide the user in browsing. After selecting a topic, list of related resources are displayed. Resources can be further filtered by special curricular program using these tabs. User can either view details of the resources or directly download material through this page. Note that, for non-DEP Ed users, one can only access and download learning materials and other supplementary resources in the portal. This is the resource detail page. Here you can view the resource key metadata such as description, objectives, resource type, file format, curriculum competency and copyright details. To find ELS materials, go to Resources tab and select Alternative Learning System link. List of all resources tagged under ELS shall display. It can be filtered by literacy level using these tabs. Each of these lists can be further refined by their corresponding strands and stages located at the right navigation panel. To browse PDM materials, go to Resources tab and select Professional Development link. List of all resources tagged under Professional Development shall display. It can be further refined by domains on the right navigation panel. To view media resources such as photos, illustrations, audio and video, click on the Media Gallery link on the main menu. You shall then be redirected to the Media Gallery's homepage. Here you will see the most downloaded resource from the gallery. From this side, user can select a category that is related to what he needs. Resource thumbnails shall display with a short description of the selected category. User may hover each thumbnail to get a better view of the resource. List can also be filtered by resource types using these tabs. When user clicks on the thumbnail, the system shall display the resource details. From here, user can already download the material by clicking the download button. To do quick LR search, you may use the portal's search box by typing in the title, keyword or specific competency code of the resource on this area.
Okay. Okay, so that was the video tutorial on how to use the LR portal. So this time, I will show you in real time. We will go to the browser and I will show you on how to register and log in to the LRMDS portal. So I will just share my screen. Okay, can you see now my screen? Did I successfully shared my screen? Okay, so first thing is you are going to open, of course, a web browser, either Google or Fax. Then go to the address bar, then type https uh, colon double slash lrmds dot gov dot ph. Wait. So, or you may type lrmds.deped.gov.ph. Make sure that the one you are going to click has an icon because that is the legit website of LRMDS. Okay, so there is a prompt saying that welcoming you to LR portal. You may click this begin quick tour for a quick tutorial, or you might cancel this one. So if you are a first timer, you might register first. Okay, so in creating an LR account, you are opted to write your details such as your full name, your last name, middle name, and first name, your email address. So most preferably, the email address that you should use is the one uh, uh, in DepEd's tawag ito, uh, from DepEd's account, not your personal account. You may use your personal email account, but the DepEd account, in the DepEd account, there are many learning resources that you might able to get. That is why you should use the DepEd account. If you don't have yet, you might you may approach our IT coordinator, Sir Jonas Kabusbusan. Then, of course, next is your username. This is your personal preference. You might use also your email ad that you are going to use here, but be sure that they complement each other, or if not, the system will not accept your username. Then, of course, your password. Then you have to repeat your password for, uh, for security purposes and double checking of your password. Then your birth date, gender, region or affiliation. I have here choices. I have chosen school. That in this affiliation, they have put choices in here so that they may able to count the accounts or those who registered. So that is the purpose of this affiliation bar here. Then, of course, you have to select region. We are in region 8, of course. Then, area of expertise, junior high school. Then, if you are in senior high school, you might choose senior high school. Then, of course, tick this box. I will not distribute the materials found in the portal for commercial distribution, and I have read and agree to the LR portal terms of use. Then, the CAPTCHA, check, I'm not a robot. Then, register. So, in my case, I already have an account. So, all I have to do is to sign in. So, I have here automatically my DepEd account or email account. Then my password. If you want, you might check this box, remember me on this computer so that whenever you browse LR portal, you will be automatically logged in. So this time I will not uh, remember this one, my password want to be remembered because I unchecked the box, then sign in. So we have here different links. So we have here the search bar. All you have to do is to enter the subject or a particular module that you are going to search. So we have here filters if you want to write the title or the keyword or the competency only. Then, for example, this one. Let us have this one. Technical drawing. So I have search technical drawing. Then there are many options. All you have to do is to browse and select the one you need. Then you might also view the details or you might download as well. So you might also explore other link in the interface such as the home resources. If you want to have modules, go to K to 12 resources. Then if you are in ALS, alternative learning system, then media gallery also for pictures, audios, illustrations. Then if you want to change your password, all you have to do is to click the profile link. Then you click change password if you want to change your password. There are many details that you are going to input. So just put it there. Then update email. Or that was change email rather. So this one is the change password. You have to write again another password if you wish to change your current password, then change password. So that was change email earlier. Then profile. If you want to change your username, you may also change that. Okay, so if you have questions regarding learning, the use of learning resource portal, you might ask me or Sir Jonas Kabusbusan, our Microsoft ambassador and IT coordinator here in school. You might inbox me. Inbox me. Okay, so let us proceed to DepEd Commons. Wait, I will share. Adina. Okay, so DepEd Commons, the next online platform. So what is DepEd Commons? The DepEd Commons is an online platform to cater the needs of public school teachers to have an easy access on developed open educational resources or OER in the country. The said materials are readily made and can be downloaded in just a click away. Teachers can retain, reuse, revise, remix, and redistribute the contents by blending it with a learning management system to deliver a distance learning modality. The online platform is accessible by visiting commons.deped.gov.ph. So I have here a link. Then I will show you again another video tutorial on how to create an account in DepEd Commons in case you don't have an account yet. So let me share to you my screen again. Wait. Patay naman nga di. Ha? Okay. So, ano yun? Paray, paray sounded ah.
For the provision for monthly connectivity and communication expense. The Department of Education is preparing for the provision for monthly connectivity and communication expense from the major telecommunication companies for employees across the department. In order to qualify for the provision for connectivity and communication expense and to determine the appropriate quantities, all regional, division, and school employee teaching and non-teaching are tasked to register and update their information in DepEd Commons. Deadline of registration will be on September 21, 2020 at 12 noon. Only those who have registered and activated their accounts will be qualified as beneficiaries of connectivity and communication expense. So ito na po yung process ng pag-activate ng ating DepEd Commons. So yung unang gagawin nyo is pumunta sa www.office.com at ilagin ang inyong Office 365 account. Then pumunta ngayon sa ating Outlook. So pag nasa Outlook na kayo, you may check the email from the DepEd Commons. So the email from the DepEd Commons notify you that you need to activate your account. So nakalagay dyan, okay, click on this link to activate your profile. Then automatically, mapupunta kayo ngayon sa DepEd Commons. Nakalagay dyan, your email address has been successfully confirmed. Please set your desired password. So, lalagyan na natin ngayon ng password ang ating DepEd Commons account. Then, click Change My Password. Then, it will notify you that your password has been changed successfully. You are now signed in. Then, the next thing that you need to do is to update your account. Kung ikaw ay teaching or non-teaching, then supply your complete profile together with your complete mobile number, your designation, for example, teacher, your present school. Okay, so nakalagay dito is your login credentials. So leave it blank, yung new password and confirm password kung ayaw nyo nang palitan yung inyong password. Pero sa dulo, kailangan ilagay natin yung password natin kasi pag hindi natin na ilagay yan, ang mangyayari is hindi siya magpo-proceed. Okay, so nakalagay dyan, we need your current password to confirm your changes. Then, it will give you again the notification that your account has been updated successfully. So, to double check your profile, you may click your account, then it will show your profile. And that's all.
So that was a video tutorial on how to activate your account. So according to our IT coordinator, Microsoft ambassador, Sir Jonas Kabusbusan, uh, those who failed to register or to create account, the registration is still ongoing. So although they have set a deadline, you can still have your DepEd Commons account if you wish to register. Okay, so uh, those two learning resources or portals are essential for us teachers, most especially we are in DepEd because those portals our learning resources online platform search engines, most of the learning resources there are legit and are already quality assured by the department. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you, and back to you, Ma'am Serena.
Thank you very much, Sir Charles, for sharing your knowledge and expertise on how to access the different learning resources in DepEd portals. I guess, sir, we have a question here from Ma'am Leia Maria Resma, Sir Charles. Um, Here is the question. In accessing the LRMDS portal, what email address is required? Is it the personal account or the DepEd email account? Sir Charles?
Okay, sorry. Nakamute pala ako. Sorry. Okay. So, actually, I have stated that earlier, but I think I wasn't clear enough, so I will say that again. That you may use your personal email ad or the DepEd email account, but in the DepEd email account, you are given uh, large resources, or if you use the DepEd email account, you will be given access for large learning resources intended for us teachers in DepEd. Is that clear? Is the question answered, Ma'am Resma? Okay, I think that was
The
answered.
question, I mean, Miss Resma has already been clarified
Okay,
about her question, sir.
okay, ma'am. If they have further questions, they may uh, personally message in Messenger Sir Jonas or our IT coordinator and Microsoft ambassador if they wish
Okay,
to
sir.
to ask questions regarding these details. Okay. Sige. Sige, ma'am. Back to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Sir Charles Advincula. Hello, everyone. Hello. I guess we are experiencing some technical errors. All right. Okay. Um, yes. Uh, 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 Hello, Hello. Okay. I guess we have to proceed now to our next speaker, Ma'am Lorena Acero. Okay. So our next speaker is a master teacher from the English department. She will also be sharing her knowledge and expertise about her given topic. And now I'll be giving the floor to Ma'am Lorena Acero.
Okay na. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, am I edible or audible? So,
Both. Char.
both. Am
Okay
I
na, ma'am.
clear na, Day? Am I clear
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Yes po.
Okay, so before I start the task that I am going to present later, so I would like to start this with a simple quote that I found earlier. So I hope this will inspire you. Je- Ano mic? Ano mic? Nakamute ada. Mm. Ada. Okay, hello again. So the quote I got is it's just very simple. It says, "Life is like a mirror. It'll smile at you if you smile at it." Okay. So before I continue, I am going to give you a refresher of the topic that I'm going to discuss today, which is on assessing the LR materials. But before that, let me give you this refresher on assessment. So what is assessment? Assessment is the systematic basis for making inferences about the learning and development of students. It is the process of defining, selecting, designing, collecting, analyzing, interpreting, and using information to increase students' learning and development. So what are learning resources? Though most of us know this already, so at least this one will remind us about learning resources. So learning resources are things that teachers can access to help them do some aspect of their job better as part of the professional development process, either pre-service or in service. Learning resource also means a resource used for educational purposes in any format, real or virtual, that illustrates or supports one or more elements of a course or course of study and may enrich the learning experience of the student or teacher. So learning resources meet the varying needs of students and teachers. So what are the common types of learning resources? So this might include the following: textbooks, software, relevant reading materials, videos, and recordings. But before I continue, let me extend first my morning greetings, which I forgot to say earlier because of some technical adjustments. So, to our ever dynamic school principal for Sir Richard and Laurente, to the equally energetic assistant principal, Mr. Leo Bejan Makasusi, to the ever active head teachers, Mr. Alvin Azucena and Mr. Jose Andre Lumbre, to the master teachers, my fellow teachers, and to everyone who is around now, a pleasant morning to all of you. So, as what I've said earlier, and before I go to the main topic, let me add this additional info. So, what makes a good learning resource? So, a good learning resource is one that's accurate, useful, efficient, and relevant. So we are going to uh, be able to determine if the learning resource we're able to download will meet these basic qualities that a learning resource must have. Okay. So the title of my topic is Assessing the LR Materials, Module 3B, Lesson 3. So the first activity here is to study the LR Rapid Assessment Tool. So I'm going to show you later the Rapid Assessment Tool, which we're going to use in assessing the LR materials that we'll be using. So download an LR from either DepEd Commons or LRMDS portal and assess the material using the tool. Then you are going to answer the following questions in your study notebook. So I have here the questions. Number 1, was the material able to meet all the requirements? So possibly your answers might be this one, or you may enhance your answer. You can come up with your own answer. So this is just a sample answer to this question. The downloaded LR material met the learning targets of the lesson. The LR has the basic standards required to deliver the MELCs. Second, were there any questions in the assessment tool where you answered no or cannot be determined? What decision will you make on the LR material and why? So, possible answer is, or as what I've said earlier, you can have your own answer. So, the evaluation method has achieved the quality and reliability of the activities to manipulate and optimize the use of the LR material. Third, are there other aspects of the material not covered by the tool but still need to be assessed? Okay, specify which aspect or aspect. So the learning material covered the lesson but requires some description and terminology to achieve the best understanding of the concepts. Number 4, How does this exercise help you in picking the right and appropriate LRs for your lesson and your learners? The answer could be understanding the management of these LR portals. This gives me the confidence and motivation to look for the most appropriate learning resources to my learners. Okay, so I am very much grateful to Sir Nino Charles Advincula for giving us insights and very comprehensive idea or info on how to access the DepEd portals, which are very much essential for us to acquire the learning resources we need for our students. Okay, so assuming that we have already downloaded them, so that is why we were able to answer already activity 1. So this time we will now proceed to activity 2. For activity 2, you are going to explore other non-DepEd LR portals or platforms which you can find online. Take note of the portals in your study notebook. Download at least one LR from each portal. Assess the materials using the same tool and answer the following questions in your study notebook. So, the non-DepEd LR portals are those that we can commonly find in YouTube or the videos that we can access from some websites. So, those are non-DepEd LR portals. So, these are the questions that we will answer in our study notebook. The first one is, based on the assessment tool, how does the material from a non-DepEd portal compare with the LR from a DepEd portal? So the answer could be, the resources are not quality assured and only provide minimal support to attain the learning objectives for the students. Number 2, based on the results of the assessment tool, what improvements do the materials, both from DepEd and non-DepEd portals, still need? So we have here a more precise and easier to follow instructions can be developed. Upload more additional resources to meet all the learners' needs and levels of understanding. Number 3, how does this exercise help you in picking the right and appropriate LRs for your lesson and your learners? Understanding the management of these LR portals, this gives me the confidence and motivation to look for the most appropriate learning resources to my learners. Okay, so after accomplishing the first and second activity, so we will be proceeding now to the third activity that we will be doing. So this time, you are going to choose one of the LR materials that you have developed. Assess this material using the same tool. Answer the following questions in your study notebook. Okay, so these are the questions that we will be answering again for activity 3. Number 1, how does your material compare with the ones that are obtained from the online portals? So your answer could be, the material needs more precision and quality assurance. Second, what improvements do you still need to make in your developed material? The complexity of contents to meet the learning needs of my students. Okay, so this time, I am showing you the rapid assessment of learning resources from DepEd Sanction Portal. So once you were able to download your LR, you are going to assess it using this rapid assessment tool. But this one here, the first one I'm showing you now, is the rapid assessment tool, which will focus first on the DepEd Sanction Portal. So you have here questions is the LR material. So you have here some questions to focus. Then you may answer yes or no. Or if you're not certain yet of what assessment you have, you can write or you can check cannot be determined. So assuming that you have already the LRs with you, so you may assess it by answering number one. For example, connected and relevant to the MELCs. So if you think it is really connected or relevant to the MELC, sorry. So you can check yes. If not, of course, so you have here no or cannot be determined. Then number two, appropriate to the grade level and learner characteristics in terms of language activities. Number three, sorry, easy to reproduce or disseminate. So it's up to you to decide which column you're going to check. Number four, from a credible source or author. Number five, culture and gender fair. Is it a yes, a no, or cannot be determined yet? Number six, free from red flags on possible copyright and plagiarism issues. So it could be either yes or no, especially if there are no sources being cited. Number seven, the layout and format is easy to read and pleasing to the eyes. So if the font or the content of the LRs are very much readable or legible enough for the students, so of course we will check yes. But if there are of course some problems in the printing which are making the content of the material blurred or difficult to read for the students, so I think you may check also the other column because it says here in the criterion in number seven that is the layout and format easy to read and pleasing to the eyes. Okay, so that is for uh, assessment of learning resources from DepEd sanction portal. So after accomplishing the survey form, there are reflection questions that we need to answer also. So the first question is, was the material able to meet all the requirements? So of course, the answer is just yes, but I suppose you are still going to expound or to explain why you said yes. All right. Next is, were there any questions in the assessment tool where you answered no or cannot be determined? What decision will you make on the LR material? Why? So if you said none, if you said you answered no or cannot be determined, of course, you're going to support your answer. Next, are there other aspects of the material not covered by the tool but still need to be assessed? Specify which aspect or aspects. So if your answer is none, again, explain it further. Then next question, how does this exercise help you in picking the right and appropriate LRs for your lesson and your learners? It makes me extra cautious in selecting the LRs I need for my learners. Okay, so those are the things that you need to accomplish for assessing the uh, learning resources from DepEd sanction portal. So this time, we are still going to use the rapid assessment tool for assessing the learning resources from non-DepEd portal. So the same questions from this survey form will be answered. Same procedure, just check the columns which correspond to your answer. And after it, there are also reflection questions that you have to answer at the end of the survey form. Okay. Okay, so the questions here for the non-dep ed learning resources. First one, was the material able to meet all the requirements? So if your answer is yes, why? Were there any questions in the assessment tool where you answered no or cannot be determined? What decision will you make on the LR material? Why? So the answer here is I will still use the material simply because of it. It fits the needs of my learners even if I am not sure of its rightful answer. But of course, you can come up with a better answer compared to this one. Are there other aspects of the material not covered by the tool but still need to be assessed? Specify which aspect or aspects. So the answer here is none. How does this exercise help you in picking the right and appropriate LRs for your lesson and your learners? It makes me extra cautious in selecting the LRs I need for my learners. So as you can notice, the questions that you are going to answer as well as the questions found in the survey form are very much alike. They're just the same. So this is very much convenient for you to use in evaluating the kind of learning resources you were able to download from the DepEd sanction portals or even the non-DepEd sanction portals. But as what I've said, you should refer from time to time to the rapid assessment tool for you to determine if the LR possesses the qualities which I have mentioned earlier in the early part of my topic, the accuracy, okay, let me bring you back to this. In our learning resource, we, we can possibly achieve the quality of a good learning resource as to accuracy, usefulness, efficiency, and relevance. Okay, so I think that's all for today. Thank you for listening and have a nice day ahead of you. Back to you, Mary Jane.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lorena Acero, for your equally comprehensive discussion about the assessment of the LR materials. Once again, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You're most welcome, Mary Jane.
Now, okay, wait. I guess we have to turn off our microphones to avoid echoes hovering around. Okay, the next part of our morning session of our virtual training is the open forum. Uh, Now, in this part, your questions, if you have one, if you have some questions, I mean, will be catered by the speakers uh, in such ways that they will be answered for your clarification. So you may just type your questions or you could like PM it to me in my messenger account so that I'll be able to address them. So, any questions so far? Any questions, please? Time check. It's already 11:46. Okay, I guess we don't have questions here. So we might as well proceed to our next part, which is the right shop. Okay, so I'm back. Time check, it's 11:48. So everyone, we may now take our lunch break and we will again be meeting this afternoon for the second part of our today's virtual training. Bye. Again, everybody, we may now take our lunch. Once again, this afternoon session on Module 4 will start at exactly 1 p.m.
kagunang-gunangan ng Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Nabati ka?
Hello, ma'am. Yes po, nabati ako.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Day Mapet. Good afternoon.
Adi po, sapit kami ni Major. Good afternoon, sir. Okay na?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Sir Richard Laurente. Good afternoon, teachers. Once again, we are now on our second day of our 3-day school-based training on the RPMS guidelines for school year to for teacher. But before we start, I would just like to remind everyone to please turn off our microphones, except for the speakers, of course, so that we'd be able to avoid technical mishaps. I guess our first speakers for this afternoon are already. So let me introduce them to you. Our first speakers for this afternoon are two of the most dynamic and active master teachers of the science department as well as the Araling Panlipunan department. So let us all welcome Ma'am Perpetua Baldesco and Ma'am Mayjoy Pastores.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. My respect to our ever supportive principal for Richard N. Lorente, sir. To the assistant principal, Sir Bijan Makasusi, sir. To the head teachers, Mr. Husilombre and Mr. Alvin Azucena. To all the master teachers, my co-teachers, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. Me and Ma'am Mayjoy are tasked to discuss the fourth module of the LDMs, which is on planning for continuing professional development and LAC planning. Specifically, we are going to present lesson 1 of module 4, which is reflecting on the professional life and development. So allow me to share with you my screen. Okay. Klaro po? Okay, to start with this presentation, let me read to you one of the famous, I know you know this, quotes. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This is by Nelson Mandela. Okay. Okay, so we are tasked to do the module 4, which is on planning for continuing professional development and LAC planning. So learning is a continuous process. There are still a lot of things that we can improve on in our jobs as teachers. Even as we go through this pandemic, in this module, you will plan for your continuous professional development or PD in the new LDMs that our school has adopted. Okay, what is the objective of this module? So by the end of this module, we will be able to, number 1, we should be able to carry out our plan for our continuing personal development. Number 2, be able to discuss the different personal development initiatives programs that is related to the LDMs that are available to us, either provided by DepEd or non-DepEd learning services providers. Number three, develop a personal development plan, including the learning action plan. And lastly, number four is commit to your professional growth and development. Okay, so what's the content of Module 4? So the first lesson in Module 4 is reflecting on the professional life and development, which we are about to discuss. And Lesson 2 is planning for continuing professional development and participation in the LAC, which will be discussed later by Ma'am Annabel Albao. So the estimated time is 2 hours at least. So the LAC session are included in the activities but may be optional to determine by the LAC members under the guidance of the LAC leader. Okay. So let's proceed now to the lesson 1 of Module 4, reflecting on the professional life and development. Okay, by the end of this lesson, we should be able to reflect on and assess our current capabilities and practice in relation to the use of the LDMs in our school. So our key concepts are assessment, capabilities, professional practice, professional standards. Okay, the resources required. We should have our professional self-assessment questionnaire, which will be given later. Then you have the LDM course overview, which I think had been discussed already yesterday. Then continuing professional development guidelines. Then, of course, the DepEd Memorandum number 50, series of 2021 on DepEd professional development priorities. And, of course, our study notebook, which we are going to make. Okay, so the first one in lesson 1 of module 4 is activity 1, which we should be able to assess our current capabilities and skills using the professional self-assessment questionnaire. So we have here an example of the professional self-assessment questionnaire. Okay, you have it there. So professional self-assessment questionnaire. You just have to check the box that best represent your assessment on your skills and capabilities. So in the first column, you have there the different items. Then second column, you're going to check whether you strongly agree. Then the third column is if you agree. Then the fourth column is if you disagree, and last column if you strongly disagree. So let me have it one by one. The items. The number 1 item is I can use the modality with ease. Question: can you use the modality that we are using right now in school at ease? Are you at ease with the modality that we are using, or are you confident with it? Do you agree, strongly agree, disagree, strongly? You just have to check it. Second is, are you confidently use or can you confidently use the platforms in the modalities? Third, can we use the pedagogies and associated with the modalities and the platforms that we are using right now? Then you have also the fourth item there is, can you very well manage your learners, our learners, or our class in the modality that our school has adopted? Like for instance, if you're having your online classes, are you what is this? Are you assessing your students very well? Are you checking their work, or how do you check their